All right, I'd like to call everyone's attention. Today is Thursday, January 25th. The time is now 6 p.m. Mr. Burnside, do roll call.
Board Member Elizabeth Callahan.
Present.
Board Member Nubia Duvall-Wilson.
Present.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford. Board Member Will Meyer.
Here.
Board Member Shayna Sackett-Gable.
Here.
Board President Kawi Telesford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Notice of the meeting. Okay. Please take note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. That written notice was sent from the office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 on January 5th, 2024. That said, notice was sent by email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tappan Soma, and the Village Green. I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to discuss attorney-client privilege and personnel. All in favor? That vote is unanimous, and now we go into executive session. All right, good evening. We'll get back to the regular meeting. The first thing we're going to do is vote on approval of board minutes for the executive session and special meeting minutes from November 3rd, 2023, and executive session and regular meeting minutes for December 21st, 2023. All right.
All in favor? Thank you.
All right, the next will be the student board rep update.
Hello all. Our report this month is especially long, so we will be splitting it up between the two of us, and also please bear with us in supporting district achievements and addressing student concerns.
To begin, here are the January recognitions. Congratulations to student artists Z. Hunt and Kiara Navin on having their artwork selected for exhibition at the 2024 Emerging Artists Exhibition, a statewide student art exhibition event. Z. Hunt's piece is a mixed media work, acrylic, wire, marker, and pastels titled Exoskeleton. Kiara Navin's piece, Give, 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 was created with colored pencil and acrylic paint. Special thanks to CHS art educators Alexandra Capucci and Candace Stewart for guiding students through the entry process. Additional thanks to parents for their support. The 2024 Emerging Artists Exhibition Awards ceremony will take place on Sunday, January 28th from 1 to 3 p.m. at the James Howe Gallery at Kean University's Von Eames building. 3 CHS students, Carlos Sanchez, Jules Melman, and Samvi Rotagi, are student photographers whose work has been selected to be a part of the annual Drexel University High School Photography Contest exhibition. There will be an opening reception for the student photographers at Drexel on Saturday, February 17th, and their work will be on display at Drexel's Photography Center in Philadelphia through March 9th. Thanks to the CHS photography teacher, Richard Catrona, for supporting these students and engaging in this opportunity.
Congratulations to junior Asa Glassman, who was one of the winners of the New York Times What High School is Like in 2023 contest. His photograph collage of students and their phones brilliantly demonstrates what it is like to be a high schooler today. This is how we communicate, this is how we connect, this is how we catalog our achievements as well as our failures and show our peers that we are not alone, Glassman wrote in his New York Times piece.
Pomptonian, our food service management company, is putting together a group of students from all over the state to create a Student Culinary Innovations Council. We are pleased to announce that 2 CHS students have been selected for this council, Violet Nichols and Carol Aguila. Their focus will include menu development, legislative activity, promotional innovation, and school food service innovation. Congratulations to CHS senior Molly Bigelow for being Columbia High School's recipient of the 2023-2024 Women in Sports Award. Bigelow is a senior who has played striker on the girls' soccer team for all 4 seasons in high school. She has also played girls lacrosse and will play in the spring in the position of defender. She has been accepted to the University of Virginia and intends to major in cognitive science. Bigelow was honored with recipients across the state on January 14th, which was National Women in Sports Day, at the Rutgers women's basketball game against Penn State. Congratulations to Columbia High School wrestling coach Mike Friedman, who won his 200th career dual victory as head coach at Montclair High School and now at Columbia High School. Congratulations to Columbia High School junior Oliver Nesson, who was a first-place winner in the Essex County Education Association's annual Pride Essay Contest. Nesson responded to the contest's prompt for 11th graders, which was, looking back, who in your school career has had the biggest impact on your life? Nesson wrote about the South Orange Middle School teacher Lisa McPherson. Congratulations also to Columbia High School sophomore Carol Aguila, who responded to the same prompt and wrote about Columbia High School teacher Giselle Ionides. The following students were semifinalists for their grades with essays submitted for judgment at the county level. First grade, Araya Gertman, teacher April Tenari at Marshall School. Second grade, Isabel O'Day, teacher April Tenari at Marshall School. Third grade, Phoebe Slevin, teacher Rosemary Connell at Seth Boyden. Fourth grade, Aurelia Bensavanga, teacher Danielle Patterson at Seth Boyden, and 5th grade Orahan Bernard, and the teacher is Jess Hine at Seth Boyden. Congratulations to Maplewood Middle School health teacher Carrie Guido, who was elected Vice President for Health on the Executive Board for the NJ Association for Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance. This statewide organization is dedicated to providing inspiration, professional development, and leadership opportunities for health and physical educators, higher education professionals, and future professionals. The Columbia High School Model UN delegation did well last weekend at Yale University's 2024 Model UN Conference. The team brought home 5 awards after competing against 140 schools and more than 2,000 students from around the world. Senior Rowan Wessler, Junior Sam Hanger, and Junior Hudson Ebright all won Best Delegate in their committees, which is the highest award a delegate can receive. Senior Sabrina Mannion won the Outstanding Delegate Award, and sophomore Ren Crawford received an honorable mention. Model UN faculty advisor Stephanie Rivera said it was a very competitive conference, and these awards truly reflect how hard the student delegates worked all year. She added that the entire delegation did a remarkable job and represented Columbia High School incredibly well. The 2023 edition of the Guild Script, Columbia High School's art and literary magazine, has won 2 national awards. It has received the rank of superior in the 2023 National Council of Teachers of English Recognition Excellence in Art and Literary Magazines program. In addition to this, the Guild Script was awarded first place by the American Scholastic Press Association in the category of senior high school with an enrollment of 1,701 to 2,500 students. This club/publication continues to be a wonderful collaborative experience for students while highlighting the abundance of talent at CHS. The Columbia Boys Varsity Swim Team placed 3rd at recent SEC Conference Championships on January 15th. The 200 medley relay comprised of Yael Benadi, Luke Robinson, Hamish Wilson-Webb, and Mason Keith broke the school record.
And now for the student report. We want to first thank the administration at Columbia High School for continuing their work in the district value of protecting student voice. We are taught that school is a safe place to learn about differences, respect one another, and express ourselves. The administration team's handling of the student walkout earlier this month heavily reflects this standard of education, where students can advocate for themselves and what they believe, while maintaining respect for one another and each other's differences. However, students have heavily suffered following the removal of Principal Frank Sanchez. I could spend all report describing the amazing work of Mr. Sanchez, but instead I will explain what the students need to rebuild in his absence. We need stability. Each year we meet new administrators and are expected to give them 100% of our trust. This is unreasonable. Right now, not only is our principal gone, but half of our vice principals are new. This is no one's fault, and these relationships take time. But in making these invaluable personnel decisions, we implore you to think long-term. Students have heavily expressed this to both Asa and I, yet the student body is feeling this loss not only because the principal is a large figurehead, but because of the connection Mr. Sanchez had with the student body. This connection must be found and form again. This being said, we wanted to extend a huge thank you to Ms. Bodner and the entire CHS administration team for their hard work. This is an extremely difficult time, and they have been very receptive to all feedback and a pleasure to work with. This unease is also reflected in feelings of safety. Unfortunately, this past month, CHS has fallen victim to incidents of anti-Semitism and hate. While these incidents have been dealt with by administration, fear lingers amongst students. In speaking with Ms. Bodner, she informed Asa and I of plans in motion set to begin in the very near future that will be great resources to students who need assistance or additional support outside of academics. We will update next month on these projects. In better news, safety is largely improved in the last month. Vice Principal King explained how they are cracking down on students who leave the building and heavily enforcing the checking of IDs when students come back in the building. These efforts can be seen, as now most security guards make sure to check each student who enters back into the building. Everyone has begun to use hall passes, so we want to thank teachers who have been enforcing this new guideline. Additionally, security has been making sure students check in the morning. This is not over-policing. It instead gives confidence in security's abilities and care for student protection. Freshman Academy has been reworked, and starting semester 2, students will have the ability to choose if they would like to fulfill their financial literacy requirement, meet with a teacher, work on group projects, which will largely benefit athletes, or use the time as a study hall. I know that I would have heavily benefited from having something like this my freshman year. So we want to remind everyone that when piloting a program, it is never perfect. It is great that the CHS team has continued to improve the program, and hopefully we will continue to see increasingly positive results that build great study habits and social relationships. We also wanted to take the opportunity to promote the program tutor.com, which is an incredible resource all students in the district over 3rd grade have access to. This program allows students to access a tutor for free at all times. They can study, be taught topics, have papers reviewed, and so much more. This program is especially incredible for students who do not have current access to SAT or ACT tutoring. We really want to encourage students and families to look into and take advantage of this program, which the district is supplying to us. Asa and I want to express student support and concern regarding the installation of turf on Ritzer Field. We met with Mr. Porfido, the athletic director, who explained that with turf, all gym classes will have the capacity to be outside. With the installation of turf, no outside eating will be harmed, as right now students do not eat on the part of Ritzer that would become turf, as it is dirt. It is very important that we support our student athletes and provide them with facilities that we can not only be proud of, but that can protect them from the injuries that occur as a result of poor conditions. It is, however, vital to take environmental concerns into account and aim to create a solution that has the least environmental impact, whether that impact be from the current upkeep of Ritzer or the turf type and installation process. Asa and I visited SOMS last week, and it is clear that the issues of guidance that we have been pursuing the last month at CHS do not just end at the high school. Unfortunately, there is a strong association between guidance and discipline, as also seen at CHS. This can be problematic because the idea is to create trust between students and counselors, and that trust can be broken when there is a threat of disciplinary action, especially when the majority of SOMS students do not have personal relationships with their counselor. We were also told by students that a lot of the disciplinary action that comes from guidance is not taken seriously. According to them, the information we had received about increased counseling at the middle schools is not evident. In fact, students reporting cursing, mocking, and harassment that often goes unreported and unpunished. These are not light issues, but they are certainly ones that appear to have gotten worse since Asa and I attended SOMS. We believe that this blur between authority and adult support is doing more harm than good. After all students need advocates. We also know that these issues are far too great to tackle in just one board report, so we plan on meeting with MMS next week and following that administration to learn more in depth about the practices of the department as a whole. Hopefully, over time, change can create healthy relationships between peers and adults that continue on to the high school. The SOM students also requested revisions to lunch that would provide healthier options and advocated for additional filtered water fountains. These are things that we can meet about in private and discuss in more detail. Finally, we wanted to bring attention to the elevator at CHS. Currently, the elevator is broken, but it is constantly unreliable. At an age full of physical activity, it is disgraceful that students who cannot use stairs due to injury or disability must sit in the nurse's office and tune into their classes virtually when they would be getting much better instruction just 30 feet above. That concludes my report. Thank you all for bearing with us for this busy month, and we will now be open to any questions from the board.
Any questions? All right, then we'll move on to the superintendent's update.
Thank you. And just as a quick update on the elevator, last I checked, I think they were doing a check tonight to make sure the elevator was servicing. They were getting parts, and so we hope that's up and running tomorrow. But if not, Ms. Brown and Mr. Glassman, I expect to get an email or phone call from you when you get to school and it's not working. Okay? Sounds great. Good evening to the Board of Education and the members here, as well as the citizens and the people who've assembled here. This is my superintendent's report. Sophia Holm, a Columbia High School junior who aspires to be an engineer working for NASA, has been admitted to the Disney Dreamers Academy. The announcement was made on January 15th on ABC's network Good Morning America. Holm is one of 100 high school students from throughout the nation to be selected for this very special 4-day immersive mentoring program at Disney World that helps young people realize their dreams. Ms. Holm follows in the footsteps of her older sister, Alexis, who previously was admitted to and participated in the Disney Dreamers Academy in 2022. Alexis Holm is also a Columbia High School graduate who is now a freshman at Northwestern University studying engineer. The Good Morning American profile of Holm also featured her mother, Cynthia, her father, Rodney, her sister, Alexis, as well as her former teacher, Anna Crane, at South Orange Middle School. The story also explained how it was the story of Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Vaughan, and Mary Jackson, the three black women whose experiences as NASA's mathematicians inspired the film Hidden Figures that sparked her dream to study aerospace engineering or mechanical engineering with the hope of working for NASA herself. A unit that started with the focus on Spain and its contributions to the world of art in Mr. Curtis Grayson's III's class took a new direction after Mr. Grayson's students saw the news about Ricardo the bull. In mid-December, Ricardo, a 600-pound steer, escaped a fate at the slaughterhouse by taking to the streets of Newark and making national headlines. Ricardo's story also inspired Mr. Grayson and his students to create artistic works that are now currently displayed in an exhibition called Empathy for the Bull at Columbia High School's Art Gallery. Thank you to Mr. Grayson and all the student artists and their families who came to a special reception on Monday evening. The exhibit has made a powerful statement about protecting the lives of bulls and allowed our students to make headlines of their own. The exhibit has been covered by WABC TV, Channel 7, Fox 5, New York TV, as well as our local outlets, the Exit News Record, TAP in Soma, and the Village Green. Omar Ortega, who has worked for the past 7 years as a security guard at South Orange Middle School, now has a new post in the South Orange Middle School classroom. That's because Ortega is now working as a paraprofessional, working alongside special education teacher Ashley Sarcino. Together, they work in a self-contained classroom for students with autism who are in their 6th, 7th, and 8th grades. Ms. Sarcino said that Mr. Ortega is doing well and has established a great rapport with his students. Ms. Lynn Irby Hill called Mr. Ortega a pillar of the South Orange Middle School community and said she is glad to have him on the paraprofessional staff. I personally want to wish Mr. Ortega a warm congratulations and all the best of luck to his new career. On Wednesday, January 31st from 6 to 8, we will march the mark of my first listening tour event, with the first stop being at Clinton Elementary School. The purpose of the acting superintendent's listening tour is to provide opportunities for the district's families to voice their concerns, give perspectives, and offer ideas about South Orange and Maplewood School District in a venue that is more casual than a Board of Education meeting. We hope that the parents and guardians will join us and come prepared to provide their thoughts on 3 open-ended questions which we will discuss. The questions are, what do you think is working well in the district? What are some of the challenges families face in the district? And how could the district do better in supporting families? And what is something that you wish we knew? 2 more listening stops will be planned in February. More information will be provided to families as soon as possible. I've also begun a listen and learn session with students. As part of my continuing outreach efforts, I've begun these series of listen and learn sessions. These sessions are informal conversations with a few students at each school that allow me to hear the students' perspectives on what life is like at their school and in our district. Today, I had a wonderful visit with a few students at South Orange Middle School, and I greatly appreciate their taking the time to talk with me about their experiences as students. I want to thank all of our school principals and their teams for helping us plan these listen and learn sessions. I'm looking forward to visiting the rest of our schools and hearing from more students. Early registration for the 2024 and 2025 school term is now underway. Many thanks to District Registrar Tiffany Barnes and her team for the launch of early registration for pre-K on Monday, January 22nd. Early registration for high school grades will begin on February 12th. Elementary school will begin on February 20th, and middle school will begin on March 11th. Early registration runs only for a limited time, and not all grade levels are open at the same time. Please check the district's website for the specific early registration dates for each grade level, and registration department has sent hard copies of the registration flyers to all district schools as well as the municipal buildings and other public locations. Information has also been sent to our families and staff via email and posted to our social media channels. We ask for everyone's help in getting the word around about registration, and please share our social media posts and forward any emails. Also, we would like to announce the launching of SOMSD Stars series. There are so many people in the South Orange and Maplewood School District families, but how well do we really know who they are? A new series the district is launching called SOMSD Stars is dedicated to helping all of us get to know the people in our district family a little better. Look for our first 3 profiles to be posted on the district website, the district social media platforms, and upcoming newsletter. I want to give a special thank you to Assistant Superintendent and Acting Principal Ann Bodner, South Orange Middle School Principal and ASCA President Lynn Irby Hill, and World Language Teacher and SOMEA President Rocio Lopez for the participation in these first 3 profiles. I also would like to conclude this report by saying that it is very hard for me to say that there are students in our district who do not feel safe or feel welcome. And that has been something that has been very top of mind for me, and we are really being very proactive now, starting to do something about that. We announced at the beginning of this term our Renew and Reset program is an initiative in all of our schools where the basic foundation is around trying to build welcoming and belonging communities. In addition, Ms. Carrie Wable, who is leading the Office of Access and Equity, has also been meeting with the New Jersey Division of Civil Rights to discuss the professional learning opportunities that the state can provide and also in combating anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, and other bias in schools. She's also had conversations with the Department of Education, and the team has offered in-person or virtual workshops which will provide additional information on creating safe and learning environments for us in schools. We also have had conversations with our social work intern program and Ms. Jenny Easton at the Columbia High School as we discuss what type of ways we can ramp up our counseling support throughout the district to help support our students who feel they need support during these challenging times. Additionally, we are looking at with the New Jersey Bar Foundation, who has offered to give us some professional development learning opportunities for our teachers in the upcoming months that also deal with some things as they pertain around bias. In addition, to help create some more safety for our students, to give them an opportunity, please know we are ramping up and improving our reporting mechanisms as they turn into bias incidents. I met with all the principals and the assistant principals, and the expectation is clear. We will be reporting all bias incidents to the proper local authorities. So if there's an incident of bias and something that comes up, please report these to our principals, and we will be taking the appropriate action. In addition, we know that our anti-bullying specialists are working around the clock to investigate the large numbers of Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, and racist remarks that we are seeing arise in our district. That also allows us and gives us the opportunity to know where we can combat this and what kind of supports and things we need to put in place in our schools. And finally, I do want you to know that it is important that we also work with our teachers, and I know that we have a committee that's working on an adult well-being plan that can also support our teachers who also may be having challenges through the things that are coming. It is my commitment as an acting superintendent of schools for this duration to make sure that we move our district into an area where we have safe learning environments, where we have safe communities, and we foster a spirit of belonging. If there's one student or one educator that does not feel like they are welcome in this district, we have a lot of work to do. And it is my commitment as a leader of this district to make sure we do everything we can to create those safe environments. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
And next we have the business administrator's update.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to start tonight with a construction update, and then I have a bunch of other things I'm going to mention. First up is the Marshall School. The contractor has completed the majority of the roofing. They've completed 95% of the exterior brick installation. They've continued with the HVAC hydronic piping on the first and second floor. They're continuing with classroom and corridor soffit metal framing. They're continuing with the second floor window installation, which is now approximately 85% complete. They've completed the primary and secondary underground conduit piping for the exterior transformer and switchgear, and they've completed the north and south stair tower, concrete stair tread, and landing placement. Montrose School is still scheduled and on track for the summer of 2024. At the Columbia High School, the boxing beam pockets at the pool area are underway. I just visited that space on Tuesday, and the pool is completely filled in with concrete at this point. So that's a solid area now. The ductwork installation is completed in the B wing, in the first and third on the first and third floors is completed. Framing around the new opening for the double doors area in the pool area is complete. The rough-in on the electrical and piping for the new B wing science labs is continuing. They're in the process of sheetrock and spackling on the B wing. Installation for all piping at the B on the first and third floors is completed. The steel beams for the pool area are installed on the first floor. The plumbing work for the commons area is continuing. The delivery of 53 unit ventilators was done over the Christmas break. The D-wing penthouse pads are poured and the boiler room and transformers are delivered. And inspections are continuing and moving right along for the South Orange Middle School and Maplewood Middle School. The submittals and purchasing of the equipment and materials is ongoing. So in addition to all the construction, our maintenance team has done a tremendous job as well. I've got a really long list here. I'm only going to pick the highlights, but they've been incredibly busy as well. One of the things that we've done, in addition to all the construction that's going on, the gym floor was refinished at the Delia Bolden Elementary School. We removed trees at the Maplewood Middle School for a power feed for construction. They cleaned up the overgrown vegetation at the teachers' and students' parking lot. They repaired a boiler at the Maplewood Middle School. They paved the dumpster area at Marshall. Also at Marshall, they rebuilt the faculty bathroom, which was a total renovation. And at the Marshall School, they also, there's a new patio and outdoor learning space that was installed by the side entrance. This is where it's being used for student arrival. Additional circuits for sump pumps in the Seth Boyden boiler room were installed. And the entire facility team did all this, and they cleaned up 2 weather storms as well. So for our Board of School Estimate resolution tonight, I just want to put some clarity on some things. One of the big questions is, why has the Ritzer Field gone from $2.2 million and now up to over $4 million? The original high school Ritzer budget included construction and soft costs from the original DOE submission was $2,031,250. The scope related to that estimate was less than the current scope, which is expanded, including additional turf area, added sports fields, added support structures, and infrastructure related to this expanded scope. The differences are substantial in terms of area covered. Infrastructure to support this is also including the underground, along with added sports fields, types of fields, and event support. Also included is the CHS girls' locker room, which is approximately $2.3 million. These 2 items explain the increase, as well as the guidance suite at the high school, and also other classroom alterations, which would bring the total up to $29,992,765. That's the BA's report.
Thank you. And I guess now is I'll give my update. Good evening, everyone. My intention for my first update was to talk about initiatives started this year for the board. I want to talk about our efforts to increase communication and collaboration, as well as plans for a retreat next month to increase our interactions and level set expectations amongst board members. I also want to speak on my wish to have this board work in true partnership with the district so that we can prioritize student outcomes and remove barriers to access wherever they may be. However, I recognize that tonight is a bit different. Judging by the many emails that have been coming into the board surrounding projects for the long-range facilities plan, particularly for planned work at Retzer Field, I thought it would be important to speak to you about our vote tonight and the upcoming meeting at the Board of School Estimate. I'll first begin with some background. The long-range facilities plan was approved in July 2019 and included turf fields for Underhill Field and Ritzer Field. In 2021, the scope expanded to include softball fields at Ritzer Field. The revised plan was approved by the board and NJDOE in 2022. In 2023, completing all projects at the high school and middle school were not possible within the original LRFP bond budget due to post-pandemic inflation. So in late November 2023, the district provided the Board of School Estimate with 3 different proposals for finishing plans at CHS and SOMS. This Thursday, the board will vote on approving projects and requesting specific funding for the Board of School Estimate. This vote does not alter the original LRFP plans, which included turf at Ritzer Field. Our vote is about requesting additional funds to complete outstanding LRFP projects, not debating turf versus grass. In February, the Board of School Estimate will vote on approving the requested additional funds. The Board of School Estimate has the authority to modify the scope of the project and specify how money is specifically allocated. Reading through the questions and concerns from community members, we recognize the importance of the district providing a clear response to those questions. As such, I'm compiling all questions, concerns, support, and forwarding them to the district for review. And while we cannot promise a complete answer to every question, our goal is for the district to provide a response to as many community concerns before the Board of School Estimate meeting next month. The board encourages you to continue your advocacy. I would like to reiterate, as a board, we remain committed to supporting the district's efforts to fulfill the LRFP while also addressing community concerns. Thank you. The hearing of individual and delegations. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll do the board president statement. Sorry. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on an agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent of schools / chief school administrator. If the superintendent of schools is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with the administration and the superintendent to assure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. And now we'll have the hearing of individuals and delegations. All right. All right, thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. And for tonight, we're going to prioritize students, so we'll have all the students go first before we have any adults. All right, so the first person we'll have up is Ellie Martin.
Okay, it's on. All right. Hello, my name is Ellie Martin. I'm a resident of South Orange, senior at Columbia, and one of 3 varsity softball captains along with Addie Secor and Sam Stein. I'm here today to ask you for your support in ensuring that a turf Ritzer field is included in next month's bond proposal. The softball team calls the town-owned Meadowlands Field 3, otherwise known as M3, our home field. Though we're grateful to the town for letting us use their property, it's worth knowing that softball is the sole outdoor athletics program without the privilege and opportunity to play at a school-owned field. Not only is our home field located almost 2 miles from Columbia, not only does it feature dangerous divots, while every other varsity team at the school gets precedence at their home field, softball does not. We have been kicked off of our field for games to accommodate rec baseball. We, as players, have been yelled at by rec baseball coaches who complain that we need to hurry up and leave the field. Despite these issues, in my 4 years as a varsity athlete, softball has not only broken numerous school records, but we won the state sectional championship for the first time in 47 years. It is my hope that after I graduate, I'll be able to turn and see the Columbia softball program thriving and playing on a turf Ritzer. But that future cannot exist unless this district begins to prioritize their athletes, especially their female athletes, and give them a playable field. For those who argue to improve Ritzer as a natural field, claiming it'll be more cost-effective, I believe that a natural Ritzer, no matter how well-intentioned, is one that will fail. Our district already lacks the funding to pay for a ground staff that can sufficiently manage dirt fields. Even if this board and future boards pledge to provide funding for an adequate maintenance, the reality is that this funding will be one of the first things cut when other district needs arise. What will be left to Columbia athletes is a poorly draining, hazardous field that will further seal our legacy amongst other towns as a school with horrible fields. But who does this impact the most? I and many of my fellow female athletes notice the trend our district seems to have. Boys' sports are prioritized under Hill, whereas the girls' sports are left to use Ritzer and Meadowlands. By not turfing Ritzer, it reveals to me the type of district we have and the township that we live in, one that condones the disparities between male and female sports. Though any changes done to Ritzer will happen after I graduate, I want what is best for the future at our school. Please follow through on the promise you made in 2019 to turf Ritzer. Please show this community that you support equitable fielding access for the girls' athletics programs at our school. Okay.
Our next speaker is Molly Bigelow.
Hello, my name is Molly Bigelow. I'm a senior at Columbia and have played soccer and lacrosse all 4 years of high school. I'm also captain of the lacrosse team. I wanted to start by explaining how much being a student athlete has impacted my experience at Columbia. My freshman year was mostly virtual, and so many of my peers struggled. While school was online, sports continued to meet in person. Having practice and games to look forward to really got me through a very challenging year. As I continued through CHS, sports have kept me both physically and academically disciplined, given me leadership opportunities, and allowed me to have a lot of fun. As a district, we should not underestimate the importance of investing in our athletic facilities. When I put on my uniform and step onto Underhill to play a game, I'm proud to be a Cougar. I don't feel the same pride for our grass fields. It is frustrating to hear parents and players from opposing teams make belittling comments about our team just because of the poor conditions of our facilities. Our fields don't reflect our playing abilities. And more often than not, girls' sports teams are scheduled to practice on badly maintained grass fields far from Columbia, while boys' teams are prioritized for Underhill. This fall, when girls' soccer was practicing on the fields in South Orange, which are in almost as poor shape as Ritzer, I suffered a season-ending injury. I went up for a header, and when I came down on the uneven rocky field, my knee hyperextended. This was my last year playing soccer, and I was devastated to miss the time playing for my high school team, all because of a preventable injury. I can tell you firsthand that the grass fields the girls' teams are often made to play on are dangerous. They're also often unusable after rain. A turf field at Ritzer would be able to accommodate more use by all teams and decrease the disparity between girls and boys' sports teams. My time at Columbia is coming to an end, but I have a younger brother at CHS and a younger sister in elementary school. I hope you will consider their futures and the future of all our town students. Please show your support for sports at Columbia, especially girls' sports, and vote to fund the turf improvements at Ritzer. Thank you.
Next, we have the CHS Environmental Club, Alanya. All right, next we have Evie Campbell.
Thank you all for your volunteer service. My name is Evie Campbell. I grew up in Maplewood, I'm a junior at Columbia High School, and I'm a two-sport student athlete. It is time for our Board of Ed members and the leadership in our two towns to fully fund the overages in the long-range facilities plan, including what is needed to complete the Ritzer Field project. Columbia High School students desperately need more usable and safe field space. As a student athlete, I'm proud of the beautiful and safe turf field at Underhill. We have a high school field available to our community members that is playable all year round, even in the dark or when it rains. It is comparable in quality to our turf fields in neighboring Newark, West Orange, and Milburn. But one reliable field in our towns is not the answer for students, and in particular, our female student athletes. In the fall season alone, 11 teams spanning field hockey, football, and boys and girls soccer are expected to share this single valuable space. As for our marching band, they practice at the long-neglected and unkept Chisowich Field. JV and freshman teams seldom, if ever, practice or play games at Underhill and are sent to Flood's Hill when it isn't flooded. Girls varsity soccer often practices and sometimes plays at Meadowlands in the outfield of the baseball fields in South Orange. Female players either walk or must arrange transportation from Columbia to Meadowlands for many competitions. Meadowlands Field is a minefield of rocks, bumps, divots, puddles, mud, and goose poop. In the last 2 seasons, 2 senior teammates suffered season-ending injuries while playing at Meadowlands on the uncared-for grass field surface. Regarding Ritzer, right outside our gym door, with an out-of-order scoreboard, no irrigation system, and rocks marked with spray paint to alert athletes to avoid injury, we have a sad excuse for a sports field. Fund the overages in the long-range facilities plan, including what is needed to complete the Ritzer Field project.
Next, we have Anya Terry. And Josh Brophy.
Hi everyone, I'm Anya Terry.
And I'm Joe's Brophy.
And we're the captains of the Columbia Girls Soccer Program. We're here today to talk about additional funding for turfing Ritzer Field. The district currently has $2 million reserved for this project, and we are urging you to vote on an additional $4 million to cover cost increases, accommodate softball fields, and follow through with the promise of health and safety upgrades.
Each fall, 11 teams have to share one turf field, resulting in numerous scheduling conflicts since each team practices or plays a game roughly 6 times a week. As a result, the vast majority of our soccer practices have taken place at Meadowlands, while JV and freshmen's practices have taken place at Flood's Hill. The conditions on these fields are less than ideal. They're full of goose poop, which as a goalkeeper is really gross to dive on. There's divots, long grass, and metal grates, all of which make drills aiming to improve technique, dribbling, or passing extremely unproductive. Constantly switching from practices on bumpy grass fields to games on smooth turf also puts us at a huge disadvantage.
These grass fields are also much less reliable than turf, as availability is subject to change depending on weather and the needs of the town. The freshman girls soccer team had 10 games at Flood's Hill canceled this past season, mostly due to rain, which could have been easily avoided if turf fields were available. Many nearby schools, such as Milburn and West Orange, have multiple turf fields that are accessible to all teams, helping their programs to succeed in a way that we are unable to.
Not only does the lack of turf fields in MAPSO prevent improvement, it also causes injuries. The past 2 seasons, 2 seniors suffered from season-ending injuries due to the divots across Meadowlands. The turfing for Ritzer would have a positive impact on the entire CHS community, as the fields could be used for sports teams of all levels, the marching band, gym classes, pep rallies, and many other student events. We urge you to approve additional funding for this project in order to build a large, safe, and accessible field as soon as possible. Thank you.
Next, we have Charlotte Klepesh.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Klepish, and I'm a current 11th grader at Columbia High School. I'm the co-founder and president of the Women in Sports Club, as well as a member of the varsity softball team. I'm here to speak in favor of turfing the Ritzer Field, which benefits all Columbia sports teams and promotes inclusivity and fairness. Being a member of the Columbia softball team is something I take great pride in. I was fortunate enough to be part of the history-making season last year, where we brought home the state sectional championship for the first time in over 40 years. Currently, Columbia softball plays at a town field that splits time with rec baseball. Our field doesn't have access to a bathroom, a water supply, or any type of area to store our equipment. Our field is a hazard with many divots, leading to multiple girls getting injured throughout the years. As it currently stands, the boys' baseball team is fortunate enough to have 2 fields at their disposal. This discrepancy not only creates an imbalance, but also hinders the growth and development of my fellow athletes on the softball team. It's time for our school to consider a more equitable distribution of resources, ensuring that every team, regardless of gender, has access to the right facilities. Turfing the Ritzer Field presents a solution to this issue. By transforming this field into a turf facility, we open up a world of possibility for multi-purpose use. This means that various sport teams can benefit from a versatile space that accommodates different activities. Whether it's softball, soccer, field hockey, or any other sport, a turf field provides a level playing field for everyone. Turfing Ritzer would not commence until I have graduated, but the mission of the Women in Sports Club is to advocate for girls in the present and the future to feel like a supported female athlete at Columbia. I look forward to coming back as a proud Columbia alumni to watch softball games on the Ritzer Field. Thank you.
Next, we have Sally O'Sullivan.
Hello, my name is Sally O'Sullivan, and I'm speaking on behalf of students enrolled in the CHS special dance class who wish to remain anonymous out of fear of unfair repercussions. It is very scary to be speaking about the special dance teacher, as we've all been threatened by the teacher not to discuss our experiences. We are begging the board to take our experiences seriously. For years, students have left the dance room defeated, crying, vowing to quit after occurrences of emotional abuse, manipulation, and threats. It is for this reason that we are, at great personal risk, coming to the board who is tasked with overseeing our safety. Last year, we asked to alter rehearsal time so we could attend our academic classes in the 2 weeks before AP testing. As a result of just asking for this accommodation, the teacher threatened to cancel our show. In asking for this change, we were told that we had, quote, destroyed the legacy of the special dance team. Please understand that the show is the culmination of the entire year of our hard work and part of the class. It was then up to students and parent volunteers to save the show. In a district that prides itself on student voice, we have been silenced. The teacher has told us we are replaceable. We are just children, yet we, the students, leave every rehearsal and class. We each fundraise $400 a year as a class assignment. We should not be fearful of a teacher, but we are. We are completely alone. We are scared of our grades in this class being jeopardized. We are scared of being removed from the class, as has been threatened repeatedly and over many years. We have told many different administrators over years about our mistreatment. We have visited guidance in tears and begged administrators over and over again to help us, and we have been told that there is, quote, nothing they can do. It is our love for special dance that brings us here. We want to continue the student choreography and performance opportunities. We're asking you to support the special dance team student artists and stop overlooking the abuse and mismanagement that continues to occur year after year. It is so upsetting that we must be here today publicly begging the board to take years' worth of allegations seriously. The board would take any other allegations seriously, so we are asking you to do the right thing here. It is your job to keep us safe. Students have been saying for years that we are not safe. We are now here publicly telling you that we are not safe. Please help us. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Asa Glassman. Oh. All right, we have Matt Moray and Jasper R.
Hello, my name is Matthew Malika, and I'm a junior at CHS and a member of the boys varsity soccer team. I'm here tonight to urge the Board of Education to request additional funding from the Board of School Estimates for the plans to turf Ritzer Field, consistent with the original plans that are already approved. I recognize that this will increase taxes on top of the $157 million that is already being paid for the long-range facilities plan, but I feel like this is the most important thing to do. The plan for Ritzer is extremely critical. The conditions that we plan right now are terrible, and 25% of the JV and freshman soccer games were already canceled, or canceled this season for boys soccer. Too long we've had to deal with subpar facilities, and I think that this plan is crucial for our school. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sahana Lynch.
Hi, my name is Sahana Lynch, and I'm a freshman at Columbia High School. I'm here today to ask you to continue the plans to turf Ritzer so that girls' teams, like mine, have an equal opportunity for access to CHS fields. I'm also asking for the girls' locker rooms to be renovated and become usable. I've been a soccer player in this town since I was 3 years old. For my first season at Columbia, the girls' freshman and junior varsity soccer teams were required to practice and play games at Madeline's Field. We had to walk 1.5 miles to practice every day after school, and over half of our games got canceled because of the poor grass conditions. It was difficult to get there on time after school because of the long distance and 2 backpacks we had to carry. Unlike the girls' teams, the boys got to practice at Ritzer every day, which was so unfair to us. Additionally, changing in the locker rooms was not an option since they were always locked. The one time my team and I managed to go in, they were dirty and the lights weren't working. We typically had to change for practice and games in cramped bathrooms with field hockey, tennis, and volleyball girls. Having a turf field would make all the students' lives so much easier and provide better access to CHS fields for girls. This is also important to all the CHS students enrolled in a gym class. Turf would enable gym classes to have more time outside, which is vital for students cramped inside all day. Staying active helped me maintain a smooth transition into high school by keeping me relaxed, helping boost my mental health by doing something I loved. Turf is so much more accessible despite the weather and can be used more frequently than grass. I'm asking you to please invest in the student athletes of our community by moving ahead with Turfing Ritzer. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Olive Witt.
Hi, my name is Olive Whitty, and I'm a 9th grader at Columbia. As captain of the freshman field hockey team, I often had to run captain's practices at Underhill Field. The girls' freshman team had to practice and play home games on the baseball fields. One day, we had practice, and we arrived in Underhill Field only to discover there was nowhere to practice. Every field was occupied by boys either playing games or practicing, and we had nowhere to go, so we had to cancel practice. We lost a lot of practice and playing time this season due to wet fields and rain. Even when we did play games, the field was slippery and muddy. Our varsity coach, Stephanie Rivera, started a feeder program for our high school field hockey teams. When I was in middle school, I joined the Spring League, which had enough interest to form 3 girls' teams. The league consisted of teams from a few other towns, including Milburn. We could not host any home games here in Soma because there were no available fields. There were times when we had to drive to Butler, New Jersey, which is about an hour away, only to play another Columbia High School team. My brother plays flag football, and because they play on a turf field, he played nearly every weekend, even in the pouring rain, even though he's only in middle school. I'm here tonight to ask you to please keep your commitment and vote to turf Ritzer Fields. This will dramatically help all sports teams in our districts, especially the girls' sports teams.
And we have some students online, so can we have them do their public speaks? All right, so the first one we have is Charlie Dressler, but she just was here. Didn't she? Oh, that's fine. She was here.
Hi, my name is Charlie Drexler, and I'm a junior.
I'm one of the captains of the field hockey team and began to play right before I started at Columbia. Playing a sport has been incredibly valuable to me, especially since I never stuck with one until high school. It has taught me leadership skills, confidence, and teamwork. Being a part of it all has made me a better part of the Columbia community. A big part of our field hockey program is the middle school teams that Coach Rivera has created. I learned how to play with this league, and I have volunteered to coach this league for the past 2 years. We have a lot of girls who want to play, so we usually have 2 full teams, and they have about 2 games per week. Because we do not have available turf, our teams are driving to other fields to play and practice. Mostly, these have been in Scotch Plains or up to an hour away in Butler. More than once, we have had to have parents drive players to Butler so that our 2 teams can play each other. When players get to high school and make the freshman team, they are relegated to practicing on one of the baseball fields and playing almost all away games. This is unfair to the freshman players as well as their improvement as a team. This sport should not be played on grass, especially unkept grass of Ritzer, Memorial, and the baseball fields. Once our freshmen see the JV and varsity levels, they will have to adjust their playing and are expected to perform on turf, which is a much faster game. Every year, our high school team gets better and better, and we are now in a highly competitive league. Multiple times this season and last, we were splitting the field with the junior varsity and freshman teams or with other sports like football or soccer. This prohibits our progress as a team as well as affects the sports we're sharing the turf with. Not only that we have to split the field, we also have to have late night practices because there isn't just enough turf to go around. I recognize that improvements to Ritzer won't happen while I'm still in high school because I only have 1 more season left to play. But I don't want future student athletes to have to go through the disadvantages that we have faced. I believe turf could change the future of female sports for the community of Maplewood and South Orange. Thank you.
Next, we have Alanya Friedman.
Good evening. My name is Alanya Friedman, and I am a junior at Columbia High School and a member of the Maplewood Environmental Advisory Committee. Tonight, I am speaking on behalf of the Columbia High School Environmental Club to point out how damaging it would be to install a turf field at Ritzer. Installing a turf field will release harmful pollutants and toxins into our environment, destroying an essential wetland and overall exacerbate the climate crisis. Chrome rubber is a primary material in artificial turf and contains toxins such as polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, volatile organic chemical, and carbon black, which are all hazardous to both humans and our environment. Regarding wetlands and stormwater, Ritzer Field is a managed wetland, and its natural grass and soil contribute to rainwater absorption, which helps to prevent flooding. Considering how much our town suffers from flooding, this would only be made worse by removing this large field of natural grass and soil. Additionally, the turf will weather and wash millions of tiny pieces of plastic into our nearby watershed. In relation to the climate crisis, the Columbia High School campus area is already a heat island, where the temperature is hotter than the surrounding area. In addition to sports, Ritzer Field is where students have lunch, gym class, uses a space to study and hang out with friends, and is frequently used by nearby residents. The grass is a natural cooling agent, and if we replace it with a plastic surface, it will make this heat island hotter than it already is and more difficult to use and reuse the land around it. When it is time for the turf to be replaced, the hundreds of thousands of pounds of plastic turf will end up in a landfill, only contributing more to the climate crisis. Building a turf field on Ritzer would pollute the environment with toxins and plastics, irreparably damage the only natural wetland green space in this heat island, and increase flooding, among other issues. As youth advocates whose futures will be most impacted by the climate crisis, we are asking you to reject this proposal. We must think globally and act locally. Thank you.
Next, we have Isabel Livingston.
That community member is no longer online.
And then we have Josh Ohl.
One moment. That community member left.
All right, we'll go back to in person then. And we have Michael Solomon.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Solomon. I live in South Orange on Raymond Avenue. My son Gabriel is a 14-year-old freshman who has become quite a bowler. And he's discovered through bowling, through sport, self-confidence, the kind of self-esteem that you see among a lot of these student athletes here tonight. It's been the most meaningful thing that's happened to him, I would say, in his 14 years. Last summer, he qualified for the national championships representing the state of New Jersey in Indianapolis and finished in the top 1/3 of children 13 to 15, even though he was the youngest in that group. And now his entire bowling cohort is bowling on their high school team, except he's unable to because there is no high school team here in South Orange Maplewood. And so I'm here tonight to ask if we could please get a bowling team for children like my son and others, or if we could at minimum get a cooperative agreement between our district and either Millburn or West Orange or any other neighboring district that does have a bowling team, so that kids like my son can have a chance not only to continue to reap the benefits of being student athletes, because as I'm sure you can imagine, his schoolwork has gotten better, everything in his life has really improved as a result of his ability to find something that he excels at and that translates so well to the rest of his life, such as discipline and persistence. And I'd like to have it for him to be able to continue to have that, because he's only going to be in high school once, and I would hate to be able to think that for the next 4 years he's going to be unable to do the thing that really means the most to him, and I'm sure there are many other kids like that. And also I'd like to point out that he will someday hopefully bring glory to this district through his bowling. So please give him a chance, and other kids like him. Thank you.
Next, we have Anetta Hanna.
Hello, my name is Annetta Hanna. I have lived at 53 Hickson Place since 2013. I live at the bottom of the hill directly across the street from Ritzer Field. And I can tell you in all that time, I have never received any notification of a DEP LOI or a permit request. In more than 10 years, my basement has only flooded once. That was during Tropical Storm Ida, when the pipe that manages the water under Ritzer's Field's wetlands broke. During every other storm, Ritzer Field has been able to absorb all excess water. If and when this planned AstroTurf makes my basement flood, I will be forced to protect my investment in my home and take legal action against the district. So I'm asking you to please consider, before it's too late, whether you should be supporting this reckless, inequitable, and irresponsible financial measure. I think the prudent answer is no. Thank you.
Next, we have Dinah Roskin.
Thank you. Dear board members and Acting Superintendent Gilbert, my name is Dina Roskin. I'm a parent of 3 daughters in the district. My oldest is a freshman student athlete at Columbia who plays on the girls' soccer and basketball teams. Before CHS, she played travel soccer with Cougar Soccer Club since she was 8, which my husband was a volunteer coach. Almost all of these girls were on this year's freshman girls' soccer team. These athletes train all year and they try out in the summer before school has started. Anyone who knows our family knows we spend more time on the fields than our own home. Last week, we found out that the board will be revisiting Ritzer Field upgrades and you all will be voting again. Why? Now we know it's for budget overage. This was passed unanimously in 2019 as part of the long-range plan to repair crumbling buildings and property. It's 2024 and the buildings are still crumbling, and there are still no playable fields to accommodate our young athletes. The people in this community who make it their primary mission to constantly find ways to say no to or hinder progress for our youth athletes should be ashamed of themselves. Through sport, my daughters have learned perseverance, empathy, grit, assertiveness, focus, respect, teamwork, endurance, and what it takes to get back up again when you fall down, all on the fields. Entering high school can be daunting for any kid. This freshman class went home at the end of fifth grade year due to COVID. They spent their first year of middle school on their computers, and the rest of middle school figuring out where the past 4 years have gone. The one constant was sport and team. Here, we're facing another fall season in their sophomore year without adequate playing fields. Ritzer Field was approved and budgeted as a dedicated all-weather field with lights, where all of our student athletes, girls and boys, who play sports such as soccer, field hockey, and lacrosse can safely practice and play their sport through rain, sleet, snow, and well into the winter darkness. With Underhill at capacity, there are no other options for these athletes. This district has so much on its plate.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Make the investment in sport. Aim to reflect the costly rebranding this district underwent to promote a diverse community unified in the belief that everyone
Thank you.
belongs. Choose Ritzer.
Next, we have Jessica Hertz.
Hello. I'm a resident of South Orange, and my living room window looks directly on Ritzer Field. I am here to voice my opposition to the proposal to turn the field to artificial turf. Many here have stated and will state the many reasons that this would be detrimental to the school's students and community members. First and foremost are the health, safety, and environmental concerns. I'm a bit baffled that in 2024, with all our community knowledge on climate change and the effects of toxic chemicals and microplastics, that our community would move towards these toxins and away from nature, especially where so many young people spend their time. There is no way that millions of dollars should be spent into taking away green space for students and community members. I have no doubt that there is a better use of those funds. Thank you.
Next, we have Peter Malika.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I was here with a long speech to reiterate a lot of what our student athletes have said, but I think they were much more eloquent and convincing than I could ever be. I will continue to encourage the board to pursue the turfing of Ritzer Field as quickly as possible, even at the excess cost. I was a little confused on tonight's business update that quoted a $29 million request when the three presentations from the BOSE meeting showed a $21 to $27 million range. So, you know, I realize this is not the forum to get explanation, but at some point would love to see kind of an explanation of where that additional $2 million came in the past month. And then I would just like to address some of what I think are spacious arguments around the environmental concerns associated with synthetic turf. Certainly, water engineering can be accounted for when you rebuild the fields and done in a way that alleviates any concerns one has around flooding in their homes and in the homes around the field. And also, I would urge kind of the pro-grass solution to just think about the impracticality of a field that needs about 1,300 hours a year of playtime. Natural turf can't sustain that. It can only sustain about 600 hours of playtime, and that's with top-notch maintenance, which includes mowing twice a week, chemical pesticides used to grow the grass. Those alone will create more CO2 emissions per use than a turf field will over the course of its 10 years. So like, these are spacious arguments that have already been decided upon. We need to move forward with turf. It's the only practical solution.
Next, we have Dave Emmakaner.
Good evening, and thank you. I'm the parent of two athletes in South Orange, Maplewood. We live in Maplewood. I have an 8th grade softball player, which is why I'm wearing Villagers softball sweatshirt, and I have a 5th grade baseball player, which is why I'm wearing a Cougars baseball hat. You could say I wear many hats. I also coach both sports. I'm a member of the baseball committee, the youth baseball committee, and I'm the president of the South Orange Maplewood Baseball Boosters as of about a week ago. Our fields here are a disgrace in this town. It's an absolute embarrassment. I coach travel teams. Every time we go to any other town, the kids look at me and say, wow, that would be great. It'd be great if we could play on fields that were playable. Why can't we provide that for our high school athletes, which would actually get those high school athletes off of these fields that my kids still play on, but they'd at least have a chance to look forward to playing on good fields at the high school. How is this not a Title IX violation? It is a Title IX violation. All these girls, these amazing high school girl athletes who came up here tonight, they don't have equal fields to the boys. They don't have a dedicated field. They deserve that. The seniors who spoke tonight, who've played for years on M3, which is a disgrace, I'm sorry for them that they won't get to experience what will hopefully be a better turf field. Lastly, I'm also, apart from when I'm not coaching, I'm an environmental lawyer, and I'm a land use lawyer. It is eminently possible to design, as one of our last commenters said, a field that accounts for flooding issues. VOCs, PAHs, PFAS, no. There's no studies out there that show that any of those things are present in these fields or would have any health effects on kids who use them. It's throwing stuff at the wall, climate change, granules. None of those things are, so I know, I'm out of time, but let me just close by saying, you've budgeted the money, finish that process. Let's give our kids something they can be proud of and fields that our community can say, yes, that represents South Orange Maplewood. Thank you.
Next, we have Marion Robb. Marion Robb.
Good evening. My name is Marion Rabb. I'm a resident of Maplewood, and I have a junior at CHS. Thank you for giving me the time to speak this evening. I really appreciate it. I'm speaking to you as the CPAC liaison to CHS, and I'm going to stay in my special ed lane here. A lot of things have been said today about turf, but I'm not going to talk about turf. I want to talk about funding and other critical funding issues that are vital right now at CHS, including the broken elevator. My son is a junior at CHS who has cerebral palsy. He needs to use a rollator, a walker that has wheels, and has a one-on-one para to help him navigate the hallways, which we all know can be crowded and jostling. I knew the elevator had gone down before winter break. I did not realize until I sat down at this meeting tonight that the elevator is still not fixed. Let me just say that one more time. There's one elevator at CHS, and it's been down since before winter break. My son is lucky, I guess. You can say he's a lucky disabled person because he can manage stairs with the help of his para, who is 7.5 months pregnant, who now needs another para to help her manage the stairs with Ethan. Sitting here, I've heard that there are student athletes, in fact, who are temporarily disabled and spending their entire days in the guidance office trying to do classes virtually. So here's what I have to say. If we have $4.5 million to turf most of Ritzer Field, we need to find the money to fix that elevator. I know $100,000 has been dedicated to it. Principal Sanchez told me that right before he went on administrative leave. $100,000 is a Band-Aid. If you have $4.5 million to turf Ritzer Field, I highly recommend you find money to replace the CHS elevator. Otherwise, you're looking at a massive against ADA, Americans with.
Thank you, Marion.
You know the law I'm talking about, and it's going to come down hard on you guys. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Next, we have Dan Secor.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dan Secor, and I'm a lifelong resident of Maplewood and a proud graduate of Columbia High School, class of 1991. I currently have 3 children at Columbia High School and feel that turf and Ritzer will settle the inequities that girls' sports face. We all agree that the challenge that the school district has is a lack of open space for our female student athletes to use as proper athletic fields. For example, softball has to get permission to use 2 softball fields in South Orange that are almost 2 miles away from the high school, and organize carpools to make the games and practices on time. The boys have a field at their disposal. The girls need to be off their fields by a certain time so rec baseball can start their games on time. While the boys, they just show up and play as they need. The girls need to move bases, remove pitching mounds so they can play their games. The boys, all they need to do is show up. The girls need to use porta potties located around the corner from the field. The boys have actual bathrooms. The girls do not have a locker room to change in and need to use the backseat of a car, or even better, the corner of a dugout to put their uniforms on. Yes, our teenage girls need to change in the back of a car or a dugout before a game or practice. The boys, they have a locker room that they can change in. By further investing in Ritzer, we will alleviate the need to borrow fields from the South Orange Recreation Department and have a state-of-art athletic complex for our softball team to call home. You, the members of the Board of Ed, and hopefully in the near future, the Board of School Estimates, who are all the stewards of a decision that was made years ago, and the adults on these committees owe it to the high school female athletes to resolve the inequities the Columbia High School female athletes have faced for over 50 years. Thank you.
Next, we have Amy Biasucci. All right, have Jessica Miller.
Good evening. As a neighbor of this area, I have serious concerns regarding the lack of a stormwater plan in the Ritzer estimate. Stormwater regulations dictate costly retention basins to collect contaminated runoff, to alleviate flooding, and proceeding without this infrastructure in place would not only violate state regulations, but would place area residents and CHS at risk of catastrophic flooding. Ritzer, as a wetland, absorbs the stormwater from a vast watershed. This project will disrupt the complex hydrology of the area. When the next storm comes along and our homes flood due to the negligence, we will litigate, and it will be costly to the district. I'm not sure why we are here even discussing building a plastic sports complex on a DEP-protected wetland. The DEP permitting process is pretty stringent, and the protections are in place for a reason. Even cutting down a tree requires a permit. How does the district think that such a permit will be granted? As a very close neighbor, I have never received notification of a DEP LOI or a permit request. This would indicate the permitting has not been sought. Regardless, the estimate of $4.6 million is not nearly enough. Retention basins are costly. Rerouting the stormwater pipe beneath the field will be complex and costly. Or is the plan to place a $4.6 million investment over a pipe that failed during Ida? Very shortly, the BOE will be back in front of the Board of School Estimates asking for additional funds. I have been emailing superintendents, business administrations, and Board of Ed presidents since 2019 trying to learn the details of this project being planned in my front yard. And I have been given the runaround for years. We neighbors have children, and we want the best facilities for all of this community's children, but not at the expense of our homes and quality of life. I would urge this BOE to reach out to us and work together to formulate a wetland-friendly plan to improve Ritzer for all students. Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Levin.
Hello, my name is Eric. I'm going to give you the abridged version of what I'd written previously. I'm opposed to turfing Ritzer Field, to which I live directly adjacent. I would like to submit a few points of opposition to this proposal. Firstly, the cost, estimated at close to $5 million over roughly a decade. How many badly needed repairs could be completed, or how many teachers could be hired with that money? Perhaps double that hypothetical number, as it's very likely the final costs of this project will grow as such things inevitably do. Yet, even if the costs were to be far lower than what's already projected, it simply does not make sense to spend into the millions to replace a field with a field. This is not a project to turn a vacant concrete lot into usable space, after all. The benefits promised should be weighed against what everyone else stands to lose. Every neighbor who adjoins the field, every nearby neighbor who brings their kids to the field, every grass and shade tree-loving high school student who attends CHS, the countless residents who, if asked, should we rip up this big grass field and replace it with turf for millions of dollars, would respond, no, why would you do that? They all stand to lose natural green space every day, forever, and at significant cost. Some stand to suffer water runoff issues once there is no more soil, and heat from the giant plastic sheet baking in the sun. I also think I saw an endangered owl in one of the trees once, so checkmate. I would ask that you sever the motion, vote no, and save this money for something else. Thank you.
Next, we have Jerry Hall.
Good evening. Thank you, everybody. As a former female athlete, I certainly hear the plight of the young women who have bravely spoken out, but it does seem like the boys need to learn to share a little bit more. However, I'm here as a concerned citizen and a parent of a child in the district to write a strong objection to the proposed expansion of artificial turf at Ritzer Field. This will not only have major environmental and pollution ramifications for the area, but it will open up the area to further flooding. Additionally, this expenditure prioritizes field sports over other much-needed academic and district-wide infrastructure improvements. As a board, it is imperative that you ask yourselves crucial questions of the long-term and irreversible impacts of an expansion of turf will make. Have you considered the wider impact of such a drastic expansion? Has the board asked themselves what other priorities will go deferred within the district spending this money? Many families make Soma their home because of the reputation of the schools. Yes, fostering a healthy love of playing sports and physical activity can and should be a part of a child's school experience, but it does not trump academics and a healthy and safe school environment and other school activities. My most recent experience as a parent is at SOMS. There are bathrooms that students refuse to use because they're in such disrepair. The lockers are in atrocious condition, and the seats in the theater are coming apart, among a myriad of other things. If we leave these items as they are, it does not demonstrate a board that values creating a welcoming academic environment for all. There are more pressing matters that affect far more students than spending money on more artificial turf. Have the BOE and advisors asked themselves what will happen if the field continues flooding, as has occurred in our town over the last several years? Where will the stormwater runoff go? How will this environmental impact the surrounding community. Thank you for your time. There's much more I could say, but others in the community have said it first, and I do commend the student athletes for coming out. Thank you.
Next, we have Lucia Ramirez.
Lucy Ramirez, resident since 1998. Okay. When my daughter first was going to start high school, I was going to move to Melbourne. And this wealthy man, billionaire, asked me, why are you moving from Maplewood? And I asked him, because the school. He says, honey, you have a real good, Columbia is one of the best. And I say, yes. So I stay in Maplewood. And I realized, and I say, what make you say that? He goes, because you have a teachers, when the student is good, the teachers carry the students. Exactly what happened. My daughter graduated, my son graduated, now I have another one that's gonna graduate. I have a middle school coming, okay? I remember the incident with the principal Aarons, okay, Elizabeth Aarons. Maplewood disposed her. Summit to her right end, okay? The reason that I say that, because my nephew, my cousins, would benefit from her to be now working in a Summit school. They talk highly about her. She did a big impact on their lives in Summit, which I have ties in Ramson. Okay, we get rid of that principal. Now you guys doing the same thing with Sanchez. When they shooting, there was a shooting, my son called me. Mommy, there's a shooting. I drove by, I came in, I was here in less than 3 minutes. I saw the staff running in panic. I saw students with the backpacks. The staff was, as they walking in, the staff was laying on the floor. It was no fun to watch. A couple of days later, I found out the students assaulted the 7-Eleven at Claire. And then the boards went? They went and tried to crucify Sanchez because he tried to find a solution for that. There is more that I can say next time, but 1998, I saw many faces in this town.
Next, we have Melissa Randazzo.
Hi, thank you everyone for staying so late so that we would have the opportunity to speak. I'm Melissa Randazzo. I live right here bordering the field, and I have a 5th grader in the district. It's amazing to be here tonight and be inspired by all these articulate young adults who are advocating for themselves. I'm truly sad to hear that they've been put in unsafe and inequitable conditions. Unfortunately, turfing Ritzer will create more problems for the students and the town. I hope the parents that are here tonight advocating for their kids consider how they might feel if this turf field put their home at risk, if they had to foot the bill for increased costs to cool their home and the mitigation of major flooding. This is not just an environmental issue, it's an infrastructure issue. Now you know about the complex hydrology and wetland status of the field. You've received emails with maps, data, history, and regulations courtesy of Jane Conrad, Jessica Miller, and other concerned stakeholders in the community. It's evident that due diligence has not been pursued. The appropriate permits and permissions have not been sought. Most importantly, a plan to address groundwater has not been presented. Now we know that you know, so we will hold you accountable for the impact to the town. Valley Street borders the field. It's called that because it's literally a valley. With the increased rains projected for the area, we can expect flooding that will further damage the CHS building, impacting all the students in the district. The flooding will impact homes like mine that border the field. We want our student athletes to have a safe, healthy place to play, but not at the expense of the homeowners, the taxpayers, and all the other students that deserve a functioning school with green space. Thank you.
Next, we have Jane Conrad.
Earlier this week, I sent you documentation that Ritzer Field had been classified as a type of managed wetland, freshwater wetland for the last 30 years. I urge you to see this discovery as more evidence that the plan to put artificial turf here is not well considered, likely to be either blocked outright by the DEP, or, if approved, likely to be fantastically expensive and also increase flood risks. Please don't make the mistake of thinking this wetlands evidence is of historical interest only. Hydrology is enduring. The whole hillside drains to this area with huge amounts of water moving both above and below ground. We may have forgotten this is happening because Ritzer is doing its job as a wetland and preventing flooding. Putting in artificial turf would hugely disrupt Ritzer's hydrology and would replace at great expense a field that does not flood with something much less reliable. There's also the enormous cost. If you were to put in artificial turf, there would be the huge expense of trying to intercept and divert the massive surface and groundwater flows. And then since the construction process to create a stable field base results in an impermeable surface, you've got to have detention structures, which I believe are not included in your current cost estimates, to handle the 5 inches in 2 hours or 11 inches in 24-hour rain depths that the new stormwater rules require. So my suggestion to you is avoid all this huge expense and risk. Omit the turf field funding from the bond request. Invest instead in soil-based athletic field care, which can easily and inexpensively solve Ritzer's essentially superficial problems of excess wear and compaction in particular locations. There are a lot of us with some expertise. We'd be happy to partner with the athletic community and have been willing to do that for many years. Thank you.
Next, we have Jonathan Conrad.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Poor, a Maplewood resident. Truly, thank all of you for being willing to serve on the school board. The board should consider whether this Ritzer project is really serving the needs of all the students in the district. A small number of people clamor loudly for this project, which they say will address the needs of student athletes. But to be fair, we are really talking about a few hundred participants in field sports, not even all sports at CHS. And even for them, the improvements are incremental. Soccer and lacrosse players are already practicing on Ritzer Field, so the proposed project would marginally increase playing time. But there are all kinds of students at CHS, not just athletes. And listen, I say this as someone who comes from athletes. I was a high school athlete. I was 72. Montclair, was Essex County champs in cross country. I was a state champ in bicycle racing in the 70s. So I'm all for athletics. The natural grass, the field is in use by other students every day. The natural grass surface is flexible. In addition to sports activities, it can accommodate picnics, concerts, gatherings, even outdoor instruction. This is not the case for plastic turf surfaces. You're going to basically make it a single-use surface. So the solution, from my point of view, is that can we figure out a way to address the concerns of the student athletes that need more practice time without taking something away from everybody else? And my answer is that yes, we can. We can commit ourselves to understanding how other towns have dramatically increased playing time on natural grass fields. And the figure of 600 hours a year is basically from propaganda from turf companies. There are towns in Massachusetts there are empirical studies showing 1,200 to 2,000 hours of use on natural grass fields. And I can share those case studies, empirical case studies with you. So rather than destroying the field by dumping, my time's up.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Hundreds of thousands of pounds of plastic, let's do the right thing.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Macy Conrad.
Hello, my name is Maisie. I'm a former CHS student and also former student athlete. And I do believe that we should meet the needs of the women's athletic teams, but I also believe that we can do that with an improved, maintained natural grass fields. And we can do that while also supporting the needs of our larger diverse community of CHS students and residents. In the last few days, I have gone around to different high school students, many of whom did not know about this plan and are against it. And I've collected, last I checked, 186 signatures against artificial turf in the last week or so. I will also add that the national U.S. women's soccer team protested playing on turf from 2016 to 2019 due to proven serious health risks, including and not limited to increased severity of concussions, burn injuries, and your body tearing before the turf tears. There's a lot of proven research on this that I can share with you. And beyond that, as a recent alumna, I also know that Ritzer Field is a community green space in the midst of a heat island. I'm also prone to heat stroke, and I've experienced this. This is where students eat lunches, hold protests, have fire drills, turf is flammable, and get all kinds of relief. And this would be replaced by plastic. We, the young people, are the ones inheriting land and waterways that you are choosing to pollute. Ritzer Field performs important ecosystem services that we've talked about. Meanwhile, turf fields, now 3 acres, would generate 83.4 tons of carbon dioxide, probably more than that, because that is only the creation, installation, and disposal calculations. There would be more over use and then replacement after 10 years. I commend all of the students who have come to speak today, but I also think we need to consider all of the health risks that are in plastic turf. Thank you.
All right, we'll move to online. First is Shakina Sampson.
That community member is no longer online.
All right, next is Allison Baker.
Hello, my name is Allison Baker from Maplewood. I am making this statement on behalf of the special dance parents and students. They are scared to speak for themselves for fear of retaliation. Students and parents have been raising issues for years regarding this class at CHS. Despite emails, meetings, the filing of HIB claims, and many students appearing in the guidance office, emotionally distraught year after year, nothing has been done. Students have gone, the adults, they ask for help, and their pleas have gone unanswered. I am here to ask, 1, is the district okay with a teacher who sends direct messages to students throughout the day and demands prompt responses? 2, is the district okay with a teacher who demands that students miss other classes to immediately come to her classroom? 3, is the district okay with a teacher who leaves the students to be supervised by individuals not approved by the board and whose names have not been shared with administrators or parents? 4, is the district okay with students being required to rehearse for 12 consecutive hours during the school day, far longer than any union would permit professional dancers to be required to dance? 5, is the district okay with a teacher who admonishes students that they must not discuss or complain about their class to other students, and if they do, they will be put on probation or removed from class? 6, is the district okay with a teacher who relies on a select group of students in the class to routinely create lesson plans and instruct the class? 7, is the district okay with students being required to miss multiple consecutive full days of schools to attend rehearsals? 8, is the district okay with the administration doing nothing when the student after student tells guidance and the principal who are being bullied, who are being intimidated, who are scared and do not feel safe? An investigation should be conducted. The investigator has heard from 15 individuals, 8 more volunteered
Thank you,
to
Allison.
investigate. Yes?
Your time is up. But thank you. Next, we have Julia Flath.
Hi, I'm a South Orange resident asking the Board of Education to sever the artificial turf project from the long-range facility package being voted on tonight. I acknowledge the testimony from the many female athletes who spoke. As they pointed out, the district consistently and unfairly gave the male teams more convenient fields and got away with it by promising the female teams they would get turf fields later. Is the solution to this really that we need to add new turf fields, or can we make another plan that involves sharing fields? Because the district made that promise without fully considering whether they would actually be able to secure the permits or the extra funding beyond what's proposed tonight for the extra planning and drainage that will be needed to properly install turf on a recognized wetland. I was shocked when I learned there is a piped brook that runs underground where they want to install the plastic turf. The cafeteria already flooded recently. We are opening ourselves up to the risk of catastrophic flooding once we remove the neighborhood's largest expanse of permeable ground. If you want to take more money out of taxpayers' hands, do it for any of the many more pressing needs. Don't do it for this irreversible ecological mistake. We have so little open space left here. Why would we keep taking that away? Some of you may think you want turf now, but what about years from now, when we are once again being asked to pay to replace it, and further down the road when our children come back to and ask us, why were we all complicit in ruining our environment? Finally, my 7-year-old asked me to tell you that she doesn't want to play on a plastic field when she's in high school. Thank you.
Next, we have Julie McCourt.
Allowing me to speak tonight. I admire the students speaking tonight and respect their voices, no matter our differences in opinion. Tonight's business update about underground construction at Ritzer Field remains vague, and the continued lack of transparency is disturbing. Already tonight, athletes describe overuse that will degrade the artificial turf surface prematurely. Ritzer Field is a designated wetland by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, with active subsurface streams flowing through 100-year-old pipes beneath it. This proposed artificial turf requires numerous collection basins with an overflow pump system to be installed. Otherwise, it will flood and/or float away during heavy rain and snow melt. This will require removal and replacement of soil. $4.4 million is insufficient to cover the cost of this project properly. The useful life of the artificial turf expires 5 years before the useful life and maturity of the long-term bond and 9 years after the expiration of a short-term bond. This useful life of an artificial turf also ends before its debt is paid off, which the CHS financial literacy course should teach is a dangerous position to take for debt servicing. Based on 3 scenarios presented at the November 29th, 23 Soma Board of Ed meeting, 2 scenarios include Ritzer Field. There's only one scenario when Ritzer Field is excluded. If the other 2 or 3 is chosen, it is within your authority to sever Ritzer Field from the bond proposal. Obtain a transparent and complete analysis of artificial turf costs compared to natural green costs. Include those in those analyses maintenance, emergency repair, and costs of the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection application for a permit to build. Then make a decision on how to bond and spend it on necessary pressing costs for safe buildings. Keep in mind there is nothing in the Title IX laws or regulations which require an artificial turf field for any athlete. It is your fiduciary obligation to us, the taxpayers, and the public to make fully informed decisions. It is within your legal power to sever Ritzer from the proposal.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have M.K. Hobner.
That community member is no longer online.
Next is Rebecca Scholl.
Good evening.
I'm a resident of South Orange, a mother of 2 district students, and a neighbor of Ritzer Field and CHS. I'm asking the board to sever and vote no on the proposed Ritzer Field project. Aside from the very real threat synthetic turf poses to the health of athletes, neighbors, and the environment, this project is a financial disaster for our district. The current estimated financial cost of removing natural grass on Ritzer Field and replacing it with plastic grass is $4.5 million. The cost and magnitude of this project has already doubled since the original proposal, and work has not yet begun. I don't believe the current estimates include water mitigation costs or take into account the fact that Ritzer is a registered wetland. How much more funding will be required for litigation when neighboring homeowners are impacted by the water management issues you will create? During Hurricane Ida, Ritzer Field suffered damage when an underground pipe broke. Where will all this water go when the field is no longer covered in grass and trees, which help absorb water? How will you reroute the stream and wetland that currently exists just inches below the field surface? How much more will be required to see this project to fruition? What will it cost to maintain the plastic turf once it's installed? That this district would even consider spending millions on synthetic turf is surreal, considering the transportation issues, facilities issues, and staff vacancies throughout the district. How many school bathrooms and leaky roofs could be fixed if we prioritize maintenance of our current structures? I hope you will consider the various ways Ritzer Field will impact our community and schools. I'm dismayed to hear this evening about the inequities for girls' sports in this district. I also can't understand that turfing Ritzer Field is the only way to address these inequities. Please sever and vote no on the Ritzer Field project. Please consider that any votes to move forward with turfing Ritzer would be putting the health of our students, community, and district financials in jeopardy. Thank you.
Community member N.K. Hubner is back online.
Yeah. Next is Mike Benedictson.
I do not see that community member online.
All right, Dana Luciano.
That community member is not online.
All right, and Steve Latz.
Steve, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Steve Latz, now living in Hardyston, New Jersey, and that gives me something relevant to say. It is possible to maintain grass fields in a manner described by Mr. Conrad and the case studies from Massachusetts. Every day I walk at White Lake Fields in Sparta. They're in beautiful condition. They get a lot of play. They're playable and useful the day after even the heaviest rains because they are prepared well, they are scaled well, and the water drains off. So the first thing is whether you do turf or not, you've got to do something about management of facilities in the district. You've got to either fire some people to get their attention or supervise them so that fields are maintained better and so that buildings are maintained better. So a number of people called me about this issue and asked me to weigh in on the process by which these requests go to the Board of School Estimate. First of all, NJSA 18A:22-37 provides that when you pass this resolution, you need a 2/3 majority of the entire board, not a 2/3 majority of those present. That means you need 6 votes to pass. I would urge you, because of that, to sever the consideration of artificial turf so that you vote on them separately so that everybody can stand and be counted whether they support this proposal or not. Because it's very clear there's been a lack of transparency, and had there been more transparency, it would be clear that administration has not done adequate to look at the EP regulations, both wetlands and storm management, that have been ignored to date. Thanks
Thank
very
you,
much.
Steve. All right.
Follow the law.
Next, we have our committee reports. So we'll just go, just go down the line. So we'll start.
The Special Services Ad Hoc Committee met yesterday on January 24th, 2024. We began at 6:30 p.m. and adjourned at 8:37 p.m. Myself, board members Meyer and Whitletter, Dr. Gilbert, Susie Boudin, our Assistant Superintendent of Special Services, and Kristen Mullen, Supervisor of Special Education, were all in attendance for the duration of the meeting. Ms. Boudin began our time together by providing a comprehensive presentation on special education to level set the understanding of our committee members and provide contextual information related to the state of special education in our district. This presentation covered a wide range of basics in special education, including the district's special education team structure, an overview of tiered responding for students who are struggling, the IEP and 504 processes, our district's continuum of special education programming, and parental rights. The presentation provided specific insights that committee members appreciated, including information into self-contained programming and the percentages of our student body receiving special education services, which is currently 20% of our student population. That percentage of students in our district who receive special education supports and services underscored this committee's commitment to collaborating at a high level with our senior leadership and special education team of experts to continually grow and improve, and of course celebrate the wins along the way. Following this presentation, Ms. Boudin provided an update regarding the district's corrective action plan that was created in response to the federal audit findings, and the following steps have been completed. A comprehensive training was conducted with all child study teams and speech therapists on November 16th, 2023, and that training covered a wide range of topics, including data regarding special education students and students with 504s, processes of support for struggling general education students, the referral to CST, delineating between IEPs and 504s, compensatory education, parent rights, stay put, and resolution sessions. We also discussed the chain of command for resolution of issues within the district prior to executing parental rights. We discussed compliance monitoring systems and a documentation chain of custody that were also put into place and are currently operating as intended. Finally, a group shared calendar for all meetings is being used to monitor timelines. Overall, it is reported that the child study teams are adjusting to these monitoring systems that have been implemented, and the outcome is that paperwork is being completed carefully with attention to detail, documentation is being secured, and is reflective of requested parental changes in timelines. Additionally, Ms. Boudin shared that the processes have yielded more points of dialogue for troubleshooting issues as they arise and opportunities to provide written or verbal guidance to the team. Next, we discussed the 504 processes and concerns that were brought about the process and team composition that had been brought to the district and board's attention at Columbia High School. This matter is currently under investigation to ensure that concerns are mediated and that operations are consistent with both district policy and regulations relevant to 504s. Finally, we received an overview of paraprofessionals from both Ms. Boudin and Mr. Mullen, who's responsible for their oversight. Some of the topics that were discussed included how paraprofessionals are trained once we receive them in our district from our vendor ESS, and what coaching and oversight mechanisms we have in place. The committee was encouraged to hear about some of the progress that's been made in partnering with ESS, including the use of the mobile app, documentation of performance, engaging with a field coordinator, and having weekly status calls with a site coordinator to discuss specific items such as paraprofessionals fit with specific students, requests for additional training, and identifying any other barriers or issues that might come up along the way. There were no special education budget-related items or policies up this month. And I'd like to thank the district's committee members for their graciousness in getting myself and the other new board members up to speed and answering all of our questions at a very high level. And I would also like to thank my returning board colleagues for providing helpful context along the way. I think our first meeting was really informative and set the tone for both a collaborative and productive year ahead. Thank you.
Next, we have personnel.
setting the bar for some claps after. The Personnel Committee met on Monday, January 22nd. Board members Vad Lamani, Deval Wilson, and Board President Telesford and I were in attendance. My readout will be slightly brief, as much of the meeting surrounded confidential topics that we can't discuss. We kicked off the meeting reviewing the personnel resolutions as usual. Mr. Adedoyan briefed the committee that they are in the final rounds for the K-5 special ed supervisor role, which was very encouraging to hear. We then reviewed the monthly report for vacancies and have requested more data to be included in these reports moving forward to really better understand the vacancies on a school level. During old business, Mr. Adedoyan shared with the committee that we will be working with Gallup to assist with employee engagement surveys, starting with the 2024 to 25 school year. How the district is tackling retention has been a really big priority for me as personnel chair, so I'm happy to see that we're moving forward with this and that HR is working closely with the BA office to ensure that this is budgeted for. During new business, Mr. Adedoyan shared the slate of recruitment events that the district will have a presence at in the spring. It's an extensive list of New Jersey education, career, and job fairs, and also included a number of out-of-state HBCUs. The committee also had a brief but productive conversation around how we can help to improve communications with regards to things like teacher reassignments, while recognizing that we are limited in what can be disclosed with personnel decisions. It's not a problem that we expect to solve in one meeting, but was very encouraged that Dr. Gilbert was very open to thinking about ways central office and building administration can work together on improving these communications with district families to help build and restore trust. We closed out the meeting with discussing the recent changes made to the district's exit survey. As an action item, I'll be following up with Mr. Adedoyan to review recent data and trends in our next meeting. And our next meeting is Monday, February 26th at 6:30 p.m. Any questions? Thank you.
Next is FFT.
The first FFT meeting of this board was held on January 17th with new committee members and the administration team. The one thing to note is the financial auditors will present the audit report for 2023 during the February board meeting. Talking about Board of School Estimates, the discussion on what to present at the Board of School Estimates meeting took up most of our time. One line item that had been left off the last Board of School Estimates meeting was a girls' locker room. The original long-range facilities plan asked for $900,000 for asbestos abatement and new lockers. During the December FFT meeting, we had a presentation on the current state of girls' locker room versus the boys' locker room. The girls' locker room is barely usable. It's always locked, and in rare circumstances when it's used, it is scary. The FFT committee and the board unanimously agree that we should add the cost of rebuilding girls' locker room to the Board of School Estimates request. The cost is approximately $2.3 million, and this brings the total to $29.99 million for the whole ask at Board of School Estimates. Also, in the last meeting, the Board of School Estimates had asked us to analyze turf versus grass at the Ritzer Field. The architects returned with some numbers. All FFT members and indeed almost all board members had more questions than those addressed. So the analysis is ongoing. So the couple of things that I'm going to put in here is that Project Adventure is not getting demolished. The walking path is not impacted. All changes are within the path. Moving on to Marshall, the Siemens provided switchgear for Marshall construction would have arrived only in December of 2024, and this would risk putting the entire project back by a full school year. The other option to expedite this was to buy switchgear from a private vendor who would build it for us. And this change order would cost about $77,000. And in the committee, we agreed that this was, although obviously we're paying a lot for the change order, it was worth spending it in lieu of, so that we can have the project done in 20 weeks instead of 48 weeks. At the Marshall School, a new patio has been put down to help kids waiting for the school bus, because now a lot of the area, that they used to use previously is under construction. Another item that we discussed about was for school auditoriums and the need for a part-time auditorium manager. The lighting and rigging in school auditoriums are old and are reaching the end of their lives. This could pose a safety hazard. Work is currently being performed at Seth Boyden Auditorium for about $250,000. Safety inspections are being conducted at SOMS and subsequently at all other schools. The consensus on the board is that if we're going to spend many millions of dollars fixing lights and equipment, then we need to have some level of in-house supervision. A quick note on the boilers at Seth Boyden. There was a boiler failure, boiler failure at SOMS. We have 3 boilers, they're about 15 years old. The boiler was last cleaned and certified in August of 2023. Insurance has been contacted. And one more thing about boilers, we have brand new boilers at Seth Boyden, but the room got flooded in the last storm. Luckily, there was no damage. The water is seeping in from the downstairs gymnasium, which has been closed for the rest of the year. And that's it for the FFT readout. Any questions?
Thank you. Next, we have policy.
Thank you. The first policy committee of 2024 met on January 16th with our new committee members, myself, board members Gifford, Sackett, Gable, and Whitletter, as well as Dr. Taylor, Ms. Budine, and our incredible administrative support staff. We started the meeting with an overview of our current policy committee processes and procedures. We discussed our subscription with Strauss Esme Associates, through which we receive policy templates, alerts as to changes in law, as well as free available legal guidance on our policies, our increased use of which could help cut down on our legal costs. No offense, Patrick. We address the order of priorities in which we identify which policies we need to be addressing, starting with legal mandates down through missing policies, policies that have been flagged for review by Strauss Esme, policies that are out of compliance date-wise, and then all other policies, including a rolling 5-year review of our entire policy manual. We discussed the processes for distributing policies to committees for review with the goal of trying to push our work forward without overwhelming the committee's other work they have on their plates. We discussed where we are right now in policy work, and I do want to give credit to the work the board did last year and the significant number of overdue policies that were passed, and I really wish that Bill was here for this. These were policies that were in many cases several years outdated, which getting those done has put us in a much better position for CUSAC review and just generally speaking. So kudos to them and to the administration for the really tremendous board policy tracking tool that we have developed so that we have a top-level view of where we are on all of our policies and keeping them up to date. The big focus we have this year is working through our regulations, of which we do have a number that are mandated and are either out of date or missing, including ones that require board approval. There are no policies up for first read tonight because we're at this sort of transition pivot point. There are several things in the hopper right now that will be coming up soon, including some that are at committees right now waiting for review. We discussed briefly the 3 policies that were identified as board goals this year for family engagement and considered our strategy as far as ways to update those, as well as what other policies may help us meet that larger goal of family engagement. And I just want to take a second here, as this being my first month on the board, to acknowledge the incredible members of our administration that I've worked with so far this month, including Dr. Gilbert, Ms. Budine, Mr. Burnside, Mr. Bonds, Mr. Giglio, and Mr. Mullen, and the incredible Ms. Quadrado. You know, I knew before coming on the board how hard these folks work, but I actually did not know just how hard. The incredible hours of dedication, day, night, weekend. So just want to let you folks know it's incredible to be working alongside you. So thank you.
Thank you. Now we have CNI.
Okay, thank you. So the Curriculum and Instruction Committee met on January 22nd at 7:30 p.m. with all members in attendance. We started out with an update on INRS. Ms. Correa gave us the update. Since it is included in our district goals, she and her team developed more consistent practices and have detailed these in a new INRS manual. So far, administrators have had professional development where They watched and debriefed a real live INRS meeting taking place. Ms. Correa also provides ongoing INRS demographic data with district administrators to look for trends and to remedy challenges that they find through the data. Lastly, Ms. Correa explained how INRS functions at the high school since there are more complexities and the solutions to those. We had an update from Dr. Gilbert about Freshman Academy at CHS, and he sent communication to families on Tuesday describing the pivot to this year's Freshman Academy. So for the second half of the year, students will have opportunities to receive tutoring, extra time to study, confer with teachers, or take the financial literacy course. We discussed the phonics program that is being piloted right now. The committee received an update. The current resources have been well received by the faculty. Even faculty not piloting are working closely with teachers who are, because they just like the materials, they seem to be working, and they also like the supports that are included with those resources. Piloting teachers are also working on suggested tweaks in order to tailor the materials to our student population. Teachers' evaluation of the program, as well as student achievement, will contribute to the decision to fully adopt the phonics program. And if the program is fully adopted, the implementation plan will be as follows. May of this year, if the purchase orders are approved, then resources will be delivered. By June, professional development will begin. July, additional professional development for teachers who would like to attend. September through December, rollout, professional development, and implementation support. We received a ton of information about how the Eureka Math program is, how the rollout is going, and here are some of the highlights. Teachers started receiving PD in the summer, and this continued into the fall, mostly around structure and pacing for the program. There have been breakout sessions specifically for special education teachers. Formal PD continues this month, but the instructional coaches provide, actually next month, but the instructional coaches provide support to teachers regularly. Also, math subject leaders in each building are the main conduit for communication to and from the math supervisor. The math portion of the K-5 progress reports were revised to align with the sequence and content standards of Eureka Math. Teacher response has been positive about the program. There's a general feeling that students have more opportunity to develop conceptual math understanding and that the program is well aligned with state standards. The ongoing challenge, as with many new programs, is pacing, but teachers in grades 3-5 made timing and pacing adjustments quickly because they know what students need prior to state testing. In grades K2, the timing and pacing is taking a bit longer. With younger students, the pacing of the progress report indicators, though, which assigns content by marking period, will encourage everyone to maintain the pace. In February through March, iExcel will be introduced as a tool for benchmarking student progress, identifying student needs, and providing differentiated tasks. We talked briefly about the high school schedule. Dr. Gilbert and Ms. Bodner shared that they are currently brainstorming and gathering information to make improvements for next year based on the learnings from this year, and we look forward to finding out more about those changes. There were no C&I related budget items or policies up for this month. We scheduled our meetings for the rest of the calendar year and adjourned at about 8:30 p.m. I'd like to thank the district's committee members for being very patient amid this mid-year transition, as well as my returning Board of Ed colleagues for helping me get up to speed. I think this first meeting set the tone for collaboration and productivity in the year ahead.
Actually, I just have one question. I think with the rollout of all these new programs, could we, ask the district for some sort of feedback mechanism about just getting, a survey or feedback from teachers to see what do they like about the rollout and what can be improved, and then what are the challenges?
Sure. Yes, they did say that they had received feedback informally, but we can see if there's a way to make that process more efficient and to get us the information in the future.
Thanks. All right, with that, now we're going to move to the action portion of the meeting.
Board members, this evening, I have resolutions 4563 through 4571. Are there any requests to sever? Seeing none, hearing none. Can I get a second? We're now in discussion.
All right. Board Member Valdemani?
I'd like to strike resolution 4566N, as in Nancy, from the current financial, from A to J.
4566N.
That's correct.
Done. Do we take a vote on that right away? Get a second.
Second.
Thank you.
This is technically a motion to amend, so it is debatable.
All right, anyone have any comments or? All right, Board Member Valdemani?
I can at least explain why I did that. I mean, this is not some, secret thing that I've asked to be removed, but there is a resolution in here that is 4566N, where the ultimate club, which is technically not a sport in CHS, is paying us $40 an hour to use our facility.
Oh, it's I. I think you mean I.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
of course.
I got the wrong one.
Well, that's top of my head. I mean, yeah, actually, my mistake. Hang on, sorry. Give me a second.
Yeah, wrong.
Yeah. No. I mean, that's the most important one, sir.
Sorry, which one?
4566I. Okay. I move to reverse my previous strike. Let's get that done first.
Thank you.
All in favor? Let's get that in. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Robert rules again. I move to strike resolution 4566I. Subject is authorization business administrator to enter an agreement with Ultimate Frisbee.
Second. Now we enter into debate.
Okay, fine. And now we are at the right one. Sorry. That was scary. Okay, so Ultimate is, I believe, we invented it. The entire world plays this sport because it was invented here at Columbia, probably on Ritzer, probably in one of the parking lots. And we should not be charging them money to come play on our site. I agree that they are not a school sport. They are an outside club. But the least we can do and show respect is by not charging them money. So that's why I'm asking you to strike it so that we can talk about it and figure out what the right thing to do is and come back again with a good resolution.
All right, seeing as there are no more debate, now we come to a vote.
Four, 4563 through 4571.
So it's the vote on his motion.
Oh, it is. Okay, that's why I'm, okay. Okay, 4566I.
Yeah, this is to strike that from the collective motion that's pending.
Okay.
You can do it all in favor.
All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you.
With all the motions or all the resolutions is now pending.
Okay, 4563 through 4571, now open for discussion.
Yes. Any discussion? All right. Board Member Duval-Wilson?
I just want to point out that the first week of November in our school calendar has been adjusted, and we now don't have the entire week off. We just have the Tuesday for voting and then Thursday, Friday. And I want to call out Regina because I know that she worked really hard to advocate for that. It has been a hardship for many families and parents in this district, and so I'm happy to see that that is a change this year. I do also want to acknowledge Beth Cosentino reached out to us about the extended school year, ESY dates, and perhaps if that's able to be figured out sooner than later, maybe it's something that can be discussed in special services. Yeah. I know we can always amend it and vote on an updated version later, but yeah.
All right, well, close discussion. And Mr. Bernstein, roll call.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board Member Duvall Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board President Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
And Board Member Whitlatter?
Yes.
Motion is passed. Thank you. Next up, two hand carries, 4572A and B, HIV appeals. Can I get a second?
Second.
We're in discussion.
Seeing there's no discussion? Seeing there's no discussion, roll call.
Board Member Whitlatter?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board President Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board Member Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Duvall Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Motion's passed.
All right, now we come to our second hearing of individuals and delegations. Do we have any new names?
There we go. Hi, I missed my chance earlier. My name is Amy Biasucci. I'm a 24-year resident of Maplewood, and I'm also the AP biology teacher and environmental science teacher at Columbia. I have two kids in the high school currently. One is a student athlete. I was a student athlete, and I have a lot of sympathies of gender equity in sports for real. I don't see, though, how turf is going to solve that problem. I think there's a lot of other solutions to that problem. In fact, I'd be happy to watch my son play baseball at the Meadowlands while the girls get the Underhill field. But there was a lot of environmental impact eloquently spoken about today, and I'm not going to reiterate all of that, except to say that it is real. There is a huge negative environmental impact, and I am speaking against turf. To think that today we can lay down that much plastic and toxins in so close to a riverway is kind of mind-boggling to me. And although we see these things as short-term things good for our kids right now, and they're innocuous enough, it's just a small parcel of land, these damages in the long run are irreversible. And I'm here, I think this is a community that I've always thought chooses sustainability and forward thinking and health, climate change and toxins in the water and doing this turf and creating heat islands for our athletes, I can't stand when my son is playing on turf, is a public health problem. It's not just a tree hugger kind of situation. This is a public health problem that is going to go on for generations. So, I didn't follow this. You know, I'm hoping that this school in our district is about education. The board has approved environmental science, the wildflower garden. We celebrate those things. I'm almost done. But I hope that's not just lip service when it comes down to it.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're on new business. Does anybody have any new business? All right, so then I'll just read the final statement here. A meeting of the Board of School Estimate will be held on Tuesday, February 13th, 2024 at 5 p.m. at the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education Administrative Building, 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, for the purpose of discussing the remaining projects in the district's long-range facilities plan. Action will be taken. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, February 29th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into a closed session in the superintendent's office at 525 Academy Street, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal, negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be at 7:30 in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street, in person, utilizing an online video conference platform which will include hearing of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and the CDC. Action will be taken. All right, and with that, motion to adjourn. Thank you, Board Member Eckert. All members say aye. Aye. And we are adjourned at 10:45 p.m.